This is the Ericade Radio Network. We're now going live from a remote location.
Hello and welcome to our Pågadata broadcast.
Yes, we're back live on set this time, also in Sweden, but from Pågadata 2024 in Örtofta. Close to Malmö, would you say?
Yeah, it's actually just a few miles to Malmö there.
To travel, yeah.
Yeah.
So, we have a lot of stuff prepared for all of you. We're here on location. They're setting up. We got is it Commodore 64 demos playing a bit in the background?
That's what it is. And there's going to be some Amiga stuff as well. So
yes. So we'll report everything as it goes. Behind the mic, I'm Coreus, as I said,
and I'm DJ Daemon.
And we're headed off into the first song, which is we couldn't find the invitational for 2024 for Pågadata.
I don't think there is one.
No, I don't think either. But we last year we wanted when we broadcast from Edison, we wanted to start with the invitational of that demo event. So we didn't do that last year, but this year we're correcting the mistake with Pågadata 2023 invitational by Melody.
Last year's In Vitro, that's what you have been listening to for the minutes that's been.
Yep, that was the Pågadata 2023. As we said, there was no invitational for this year. And the music was by Melody, as said previously. And last year, DJ Daemon, we were at Edison.
Edison 2023.
And that was our first live outing with live hosts. We had DJ Baron of Dubstep with us. He didn't have the opportunity to join us live this year, but he will join us on call later for various segments that we have planned.
Tomorrow, actually. So
yeah. I mean, we from the feedback we got from the live coverage we did at Edison, it seems like people liked it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we got a lot of praise for it. And now we're doing it again.
We're doing it again, indeed. And we're a bit honoring Edison that's no more, for at least for the time being. So we have placed the second song that we're going to play here is a song that placed fourth in the stream compo from the Edison Party 2012, and it's Edison Glam with Malmen and Brainstorm.
format and fair format's madness. You're listening to Arcade Radio and our live coverage from Pågadata.
Indeed. And behind the mics, Coreus, that's myself.
And me, DJ Daemon.
And we have, we're live on set, on location from Pågadata 2024, which happens to be in Örtofta, a bit in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and everyone is setting stuff up here, so there's a lot of carrying very big, bulky TV sets of the kind of things you haven't seen since last millennium.
Since before the millennium shift.
Yeah.
We have, as we stated earlier, a lot of things in the pipeline and prepared. But a bit on the next song, which is from Xyce. Last year we played this song as well on Edison, and you came with like a revelation about the title that I didn't know about.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? It's Jesus
Shroud.
Shroud, yeah, Shroud.
The title is
when you're buried, you have a shroud over you. So somebody said that this is the shroud of Jesus.
The Suaire de Turin.
And it was a fake, of course.
It was a fake?
It was a fake. It wasn't Jesus.
So why? So people thought it was from Jesus, but it wasn't?
But it wasn't. It was done somewhere around 500 to 1,000 years too late.
Oh, right.
But still, it's an old thing and it's a good song.
Yeah, it's a good song. So we'll play it again.
we are going back a year in time, aren't we?
Yes, but before that, like we're talking a bit about like what to expect during our show and stuff. Like when we broadcasted last year, we had a couple of interviews, which was very fun to do. We talked a bit to the contestants and the people that are attending the event, and we plan to do that this year as well. We have an interview with Z-nexx, which is the main organizer of Pågadata 2024, coming up relatively soon. But also like happening right now, there's like some people have arrived. There's a Commodore 64 demo running on a old overhead in correct aspect ratio.
Great, so it isn't 16:9.
No, it's not. And I just want actually just shout out a couple of give a shout out to a couple of our listeners. Of course, Baron of Dubstep, who joined us last year. Hope you're listening now. To my mom and my brother Nocturne, that I think they also are listening. So
great.
But yeah, so in terms of interviews, we did one last year at Edison 2023 with Weyland, and he was a very cool guy, very stressed out because he was running back and forth trying to make everything happen. So we managed to grab a hold of him for a little while and hear how he made the event happen. So here's a listen of how that was last year.
Yeah. Yes, hey, welcome. Well, finally, you're a very busy man, one of the main organizers here at Edison. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here under this enormous stress.
Yeah, we know that you're on a tight schedule, so we'll just quickly run through some of the questions we have here. And one of the questions I have is like, how much planning goes into an event like this, and how far in advance do you start planning for it?
Oh, yeah, I would say half a year in advance the planning starts.
Oh, wow.
This year we actually started in December by booking the venues. We got a lower fee and stuff like that. And then it's all of the spring, and then it kicks into a higher gear during the Easter party in Easter. And after that it's, full steam ahead from the planning side of things.
So like how many people are involved running around making sure things are working through the planning phases and on like live on set now?
Yeah, so that's a difficult question to answer actually. We have always had trouble finding enough volunteers for the planning part, but we are a core crew of I would say between 6 and 8 people that do various amount of planning work. And then on location yesterday we have I think at least 10 people, maybe 15 in total. That helps out.
Right, and do you get like, is it people you already know, or do people contact you randomly on Discord or on Twitter or something that like I want to help out? How do you get a hold of people that want to help create this event?
I think nobody has ever volunteered voluntarily, so it's mainly people I know that I nag and whine and complain and repeatedly until they get tired of me asking them and say okay.
All right. So how long have you been doing this and being involved in the demo scene and the events in the demo scene?
I started going to demo parties in the late 90s with the Remedy scene zone in Solna in Stockholm. Was the first party in 98, I think, or even 97.
Right.
And Edison, I was at the first Edison when it was run by Radiant and Frost and those people, the old crew. And then the organizer hats sort of slowly shifted around to the current constellation over a couple of years.
Right. And Speaking of compos, like, what's your favorite type of compo? If you had to choose from all of the various, not include or not limiting to what we have on Edison, but just like anything, what would you say that would be?
I hope it's going to be the TIC-80 byte battle. I think that's fun. But in more general terms, I really enjoy like the old school executable music compos. As always, you know, I'm a chiptune nerd, so that's my favorite compo by far.
That's I agree. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the TIC-80 battle. Lastly, any shout-outs to people listening? Do you want to send some greetings to people you know or groups you know? Feel free.
Oh, everyone. I mean, there are so many people to thank for making Edison possible. It's just, I'm going to miss, you know, someone who's even more important. But a big shout-out goes to Lukhash, who always creates the most astonishing art direction, animations, and jingle music for Edison.
And he has created the intro track or tune for this year's event.
Yes.
Yeah.
better with one Amiga in your hand than 10 Ataris anywhere where they can actually be plugged in.
Yeah, that was a slew of songs. We started with Dragon's Lair, then we had The Love Trap by Anvil, Damien Blond, 50th Fanfare, and Lukhash Amiga. Rock and AJLD med Echoes of Eternity, and latest and greatest, we just heard Laamaa, or Lamer maybe, Summer of 21.
2001?
2001.
Yeah, the Laamaa, that one is excellent.
But is it Laamaa or is it Lamer?
I mean, his Finnish, so it's probably Laamaa.
Okay, Laamaa like the animal.
I don't know, but yeah, a lot of excellent track music and also some remixes, of course. Yeah, we're here at Pågadata 2024, live on location in Örtofta, in the middle of nowhere, more or less. And some more people are coming in. We have like the seating arrangement seems, the tables and chairs seems to have been set down.
Oh yeah, it seems to be very cool here, and they're setting up a lot of signs and stuff.
Yeah, they have. What's the sign?
Boar's Head. It's a BBS that they have.
The party continues in this C64. It says, "Bring your own beer." With an address. So there's like a lot. The feeling and vibe here is really cool. There's a lot of old hardware. People have brought their old C64s. I see. What is that? Is that some kind of old Macintosh? I'm not sure. And even a 5.25-inch floppy drive.
Yeah.
And a lot of CRTs. And they have even one guy in the corner has put up like almost like Christmas lights.
Christmas lights.
Yeah. If you look there in the corner.
Yeah, really cool.
From what I gathered, he that's one of his like trademarks. He goes around parties and serves cake and plays demos to people, and yeah, so that's a cool gimmick. But yeah, the next song there, we got some stickers here live on the air. Let's see what we got here. So
Denmark.
I got
Denmark.
Boar's Head Tavern. And then I got the Boarhead's Tavern sticker with the address as we mentioned before. And you got something with Denmark?
Danmark. Ring till en BBS. It says call a BBS in Denmark.
Yeah.
And it seems to be, Fria Bad, hop2.org. Okay.
Yeah. Fria Bad, yeah. And the other one is byob.hop2.org and port 64128
that's humor.
if you're close to a system that can connect to a BBS. In the next hour, we have an interview with the organizer coming up, Z-nexx. So that will be, look forward to that. And also the next song is a bit special to you.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite. It's called Hymn to Aurora. It's Horace Wimp in a Box remix by Spiral.
Yes, and this is a remix that hits all the right notes I've put in my notes of being a remix that stays faithful to the original. And DJ Daemon, you love this tune, so here it is.
Dubmood Zatom, tracking. And before that it was Hansi with Music for Nerds.
That's right. As we entailed before the hour, we said we're going to have an interview with the main and only Orga of Pågadata 2024, and Z-nexx is here with us. Hey, and welcome.
Hey, that's right. Thank you.
So obviously we have a lot of questions, and you're a busy man, and we'll quickly go through them and let you back to organize and set things up. But so we'll play a bit. We'll go through some of the questions and listen to what you have to say. So first off, tell us a bit about yourself. How did you get involved into the scene?
All right. Yeah, it's a long story. I guess it started with my uncle, actually. He had an old Amiga 500 that me and my brother used to play on. Used to play Chuck Rock 2.
Oh, that's a good one.
Lotus Esprit Challenge. Some of those good old games. And so my brother actually got it from him, and then I bought it from my brother. Okay. And as I grew up, entered the 10, 11, 12, something like that, started thinking about what is this kind of machine? It's not a PC. It's not a game console. No. What is it? And I started looking around, started reading up on it, and I found this Amiga society in Landskrona, actually, quite close to where
Sweden.
I live. In Sweden, yeah, exactly, just 30 minutes from where I live. So I kind of messaged them and said hey guys, what's up? What is this about? And they introduced me to the Amiga. I also found out about chip tunes via the Game Boy. Music scene, yeah. So I got a Game Boy. I bought the little Sound DJ software to make music, and I made a couple of tunes. Actually, 2 albums even.
Cool. Is it available online somewhere?
Not really. I guess it's somewhere. It should be on YouTube at least. I have 2 songs on Spotify.
We need to dig that up sometime.
Yeah. One of them is actually a Sid song. It's O helga natt, oh holy night.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, so I started making Game Boy music, and then I found Big Floppy People in Helsingborg. In 2007 was my first demo party. My real demo party.
Right.
Yeah, so I met a lot of nice guys there. I met Bug Jam from The Dreams.
Oh, yeah.
Was a super nice guy. I met Paneod, a whole bunch of people. I met Dubmood even.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a big experience.
Meeting superstars.
Exactly.
Almost.
Exactly. I sat next to Archmage.
Oh.
At my first party.
Wow.
I was well, this is a nice guy. I knew nothing, but turned out...
Who is he? Oh, it's Archmage.
Exactly. Yeah, so that was... I got hooked. So that was my first demo party, and then I went every year since.
Yeah, and how do you keep in touch with them still?
Yeah, I keep in touch with Paneod at least. I message Bug Jam on CSDB once every year or something like that.
Just to know that, hey, I'm still here.
Yeah, kind of.
So last year we interviewed Weyland, one of the main organizers at Edison, and one of the questions I forgot to ask him, which I'm still ashamed of to this day, was the history of the demo party. Of course, it should be almost the first question, so I'm not forgetting it this year. So Z-nexx, could you tell us a bit about the history of Pågadata and how it started?
Absolutely. So I started with Gubdata. I don't know actually how I went into Gubdata. Probably
different demo party.
Exactly. It was Hedning, who's a group mate of mine in Genesis Project. So I met 6 of Genesis Project in 2012, I think, and he recruited me into Genesis Project as a musician.
Right.
So I got into the group and started talking with the different people there, and I met Hedning, and he hosted Gubdata in Lund in Sweden.
Which means is Swedish for old man data or something?
Exactly. Old man data. Yeah. It's a whole theme. Everything is centered around old men. Because we are old men, all of us.
That's true.
But so he held it for 10 years, and he started getting sick of it, I guess. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
A lot of, you have to talk with so many people, organize compos and everything. So he asked me, do you want to take the torch? And I said, yes, hell yes. I will continue.
Very cool. Like the what's the reasoning or the source for the name Påga?
Good question. I actually thought about it yesterday. So in Skåne, in Sweden, we have a påg is a young boy in Skåne. It's dialect for a young boy. Yeah. And in Skåne we have the Pågatåg, which are the trains are named after a påg. I've always liked the Pågatåg. When I was young, I used to go on them all the time. Go experience Skåne. And I wanted something with a thorough Skåne connection. Mm-hmm. It should be when you see this, when you read this, you're going to think about Skåne. You're going to think about
right.
Yeah.
Like you get some sense of belonging.
Yeah.
But isn't that the Pågatåg isn't it like the train for workers back in the day? Also,
kind of. It's like the local trains in Skåne. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's a demo party of this size, of course. Like last I counted, there was at least 50 registered attendees.
I think we're up to 80 now. I'm afraid.
And like I asked Weyland, like how many people are involved in making an event like this happen? Like how many people are you in the main staff?
So what I try to do is I want to keep it as bare bones as possible. I try to organize as much as I can by myself. Of course, that's impossible. So, to be honest, I rely a lot on friends on the scene to kind of help me out here on site. But all the preparations, renting the place, talking to different people, stuff like that, I do that on my own. I try to keep it like a one-man show.
So do you contact them online, or is it local in the community and stuff?
It's online, actually. So the big concept with Pågadata is, my idea is that it's supposed to be rural. It's going to be in small towns, really small towns, like Altofta, for example.
Where it's hard to get to.
Yeah, where it's hard to get to, but it's really important that they have a train station. They must have a train station. People have to be able to come here without a car. Right. That's super important. And also, there must exist a restaurant or a shop where people can buy some food at least.
Yeah.
And just like the Pågatåg, I'm trying to make it move around in Skåne.
Oh, right.
So we were in Kvidinge last year, and this year we're in Altofta, and I project that next year we will be somewhere else.
Okay, but along the train line somewhere.
Yeah,
most
exactly,
likely.
Exactly. So I'm looking for venues where we can be, stuff like this, Folkets Hus, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. Very cool. We'll have some more questions, but we need to play a little bit of music first. And I believe the next song is Too Little to Ignore. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right.
As previously stated, that was Too Little to Ignore by an unknown tracker artist.
Yes, and in the studio we are Coreus, DJ Daemon, and with us we also have the main and only Orga of Pågadata, Z-nexx. And before the song, we talked a bit about how you did, how many people are involved making an event like this. And in that same vein, how far in advance do you start planning for the event?
So I've only had it for 2 years, so I don't know. I start planning pretty early, roughly a year in advance, but not a lot is happening before a month ahead. I think most of the stuff that I've done has happened in the last 2 months.
Like a big shotgun approach.
Yes,
basically.
Pretty much. I try to get a date and a venue as early as possible. You have to get those things in place. Those are the most important.
Yeah, exactly.
Time and place.
I was about to ask, you would need to secure a venue pretty earlier.
Exactly.
To get a better price.
I try to communicate that as early as possible also, so people can plan to get here.
Yeah. So, talking of getting here was not easy, at least for us who DJ Daemon comes from close to Stockholm, and I'm from Norway, which I had to travel a bit to get to. But where are people coming from, and how many people are coming? Do you have an overview there?
Not really. I know that most of us come from Skåne, but we have a whole bunch of Danes also. I think that last year we had a Pole and some Germans too, I think. So we're kind of international, but
we're pretty close to Denmark also. So that makes sense, I guess. Yeah. But the last time we were talking a bit while the song was playing, the amount of users registered is you said 80 at this point? Something?
Yeah, I think 79 or 78.
That's insane.
It's a lot.
Hopefully you have chairs for all of them and the internet that works.
yeah, we do have chairs. I hope that we have tables for everyone.
Oh, right, yeah. I see people more people are flowing in with their retro equipment. I see what is that? Some sign of old Mac. I forget what the model is there, but
oh yes,
that it looks like a half sphere at the bottom, and then a neck attached to a screen, more or less. And I also see, I think I saw a Mac 2 as well somewhere. So. In terms of connecting with people that are coming here or planning to join Pågadata, you have an IRC channel, but you don't seem to have embraced the Discord or some kind of what do you say, modern type of communication. Why is that? Yeah,
it's a good question. I don't know. I try to keep it as bare bones as possible, as simple as possible. You could make a Discord, but I'm kind of afraid that it will be, a lot about the Discord and less about the party.
Because that's you told me that it was you wanted the sort of feeling from the old days where you didn't have internet and people basically heard it through the grapevine or somebody talking at a LAN handle that there's a demo party happening somewhere.
Exactly. Yeah, I would wish that I don't know. I want to keep it small and simple. It should have the feeling that you're 15. You have booked the school cafeteria, and you get up with a bunch of friends, and you got your computers for the weekend. That's supposed to be the feeling. It shouldn't be like DreamHack or assembly or revision or anything big like that. No, that's the opposite of what I want.
That's an honorable vision, but it was a bit hard for me and DJ Daemon to get a hold of you guys just to understand when and what is happening.
It is. It's regrettable, but I guess it's a side effect of trying to keep it simple.
You don't want to become too popular.
No, exactly. Exactly. I don't want to become too popular.
Yeah. I guess that's I mean, it's a vision and a mission you have to respect, of course, but it's it's a bit of a different thinking in a modern age where everything is connected, of course.
It is, absolutely. So, and to be completely honest and kind of selfish, I want to minimize the amount of administration I have to do.
Because also, you're the only Orga.
Yes, I'm the only organizer.
So you have Pågadata has been going on for 2 years. This is the second.
Yeah, this is the second. Yes.
And Gubdata occurred for like 10 years. You said?
I think it was 10, maybe 11.
But the Gubdata, was the theme the same? Like it would like isolated, kind of small, and hard to communicate with Orgas.
yeah. It was Gubdata was pretty much through the grapevine as well.
Right.
Yes. It was very simple. I know that Hedning didn't want to do a lot of administration either. So that's why, you know, this year for the stream, I'm just doing a handycam, just like a webcam.
Okay, yeah, because I was about to ask, like, we were wondering, me and DJ Daemon, is there like a Twitch stream happening or something? There is.
There is, yes. We're streaming through CineSat and Twitch. Yes.
Epic. That's nice to hear, because like people like myself and a lot of others would like to see what is happening, how it is there.
Exactly.
And I think I got the impression of how Pågadata 23 was through a YouTube video somebody uploaded with a lot of static screenshots. There was no feed and stuff. So
no, I like the kind of the privacy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Not too exhibitionistic.
Of course, it's a view you have to respect. But yeah, we'll let you go here. But before you run away and help all these people with cable management and internet connections and all that, we asked you if you have a requested tune.
I do.
And what is it?
It is Stardust Memories by Jester.
That's an excellent choice. And thank you so much for taking your time to talk with us. And best of luck with the party.
Thank you for coming.
clothes, emotions, day night, cobras, waiting, no one. Why not? Crazy friends and I'm lazy, tears down, racing. I still remember when you were in love. I felt you happy and I felt you close. I still remember when you were in love, kissing me all night, making me feel nice.
That was Hello Kitty and Sinatra of Brainstorm, and before it was Berserk and Last Ninja Free.
That's right. The last song we heard, Hello Kitty, was from the Black Valley New School Music Compo in Norway last year. It's perhaps a bit too cutie, but also it's a weird in a good way. And the Berserk, Berserk, he has just so many groovy, great tracks. So that's you can never go wrong with Berserk, I think.
No.
And the next one is a bit interesting. I remember, so the next song is Rainbow Dragon. I will play the original first. It's a remix of an old game called Rainbow Dragon, but it was never used. The synopsis of the game is as follows. Players control the Rainbow Dragon, who is desperately trying to get out of a cave system. To do this, they must destroy 10 magic chests scattered around the cave system. And the chests are blocked by a variety of objects which may be removed by the use of magic. And the screen is split into two halves using, let's see, my notes here are, so there are two halves. Basically, the top shows the status, and then you have some pillars showing a slowly decaying cave system, and if all of them fails, you end the game. So it's the song, from the comments of the song, it is a slightly remixed version of a tune which I did a little before Ben Daglish and Anthony Crowther is writing, they think, for a game demo that was sent to whatever Gremlin was called back before it was Gremlin. They had a little software house over that at the Just Micro shop. It was possibly meant to be a tune for the game Rainbow Dragon, but later released by Firebird, and it was never used. So we are gonna listen to Rainbow Dragon first with Ben Daglish and Anthony Crowther, and then a remix by Emre Bulsat, and his version is a very modernized, upbeat, while keeping the original soul and spirit intact.
Yeah, very much so. Ben Daglish, or Ben Daglish, I think is pronounced. He is no longer with us. He died a few years ago.
Right.
just heard Maniac, and the song was called, the text there, Ship-X.
Ship-X, yeah.
Yeah, the text just shifted, so I was looking at a blank screen.
Exactly. Before that was Summer Fantasy by KHCC.
KHCC.
And Shining from Heatbeat.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're live here on location. We're ericade radio. We're streaming live on ericade.radio, of course. You can also join the Discord, which you find on ericade.radio. We're also, I believe, streaming to Twitch, are we?
Yes, and YouTube.
And YouTube. Yeah, all the platforms, seems like. Yeah, we're live from Pågadata to 2024. There's a lot of people streaming, pouring in. There's a lot of people setting up for looks like a lot of different systems, and the projector in front is showing some kind of random C64 demo. I've never seen it before, but
it's cool.
Looks like a sloth or that Chewbacca from Star Wars that's yelling at us.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going on there. But yeah, there's a lot of different people, talented and very nice people here. And we got somebody came to us earlier and asked if we were doing requests.
Yeah,
and his name was Smeden, and he wanted to hear a great tune. What
Lotus 2, right?
Yes, by Barry Leach, and this is from the game Lotus. Was it Lotus 2, the
yes.
Turbo Challenge? So this is the intro song, and if I can say that myself, he has a good taste in music.
You probably think I give Atari users a hard time. And maybe I shouldn't. You know, they had to own an Atari, so they have suffered enough already.
Awesome and Dreams of Hope. Before that we had Tim Forsyth and Draconis, Mathland remix by Math, and Elwood Shooting Star, Saga Music Disassembly, Nusrat Summertime, Laxity Ain't Somebody, and then before that it was Serpent, Buzzer and Mistra and One Online, it's called, yeah. So that's what we've been listening to for the last 30 minutes. What's happening?
The event has a lot more people. I saw people bringing in like an inflatable bed.
Okay.
Because apparently someone are like going to spend the night here. I've talked to a lot of great people, including Fegol Hus, who made, among other things, the invitational for Edison last year. So we have actually an interview planned with him later today, I think. I also talked to Radiant, one of the founder of Edison back in way back.
Yeah, 2010 or something.
10, 13, yeah. And we've seen some just epic Commodore 64 demos on the screen, on the wall in the back. And there's so much like old hardware, of course, naturally, that comes with the territory, but it's just so... Yeah, it's inspiring and interesting to see.
I've seen a lot of C64s and 128s, but have you seen Amiga?
Yes, the Z-nexx has one, far end of the room, I believe. And I saw one guy said from Fairlight had brought a Mega 65, which is a Commodore 65 remake or something.
Yeah, Commodore actually had a 65 that they wanted to release, but they gave up on it. The prototype was leaked, so there are a number of prototypes, and then Mega 65 is a project to build a Amiga, a C65, the way it would have looked if Commodore had actually released it.
Exactly.
But it has some new features as well, so it has HDMI out and stuff.
Yeah, that thing looked really expensive, and he hasn't actually turned it on, so he doesn't know if it works yet. So I have no idea what's going on there. It would be cool to get a hold of the guy and talk a bit about this strange hardware of his, which is it's a common thing throughout the entire party here. A lot of things that people have brought with us or with them, and looking in the corner, the Christmas lights are going strong. It seems like it's actually pretty humid, so like the event has all the doors open to just get enough air in.
Yeah, this is a very heavy air to breathe if we didn't have the windows and doors open.
Yeah, it would not be survivable at all. But and I've
and how many people would you say is in this room?
That's a good question. Let's see. 4, 10. In this room, I would say like 30 or so. But there are way more out, or not way more, but there's like a lot of people outside as well. The register list said around 80 that had been registered to attend. Of course, this party is free to join, so there's no admission ticket.
No.
So that might make it more interesting for anyone who's interested to come. So, but yeah, it's just fascinating, and the if you look at Pågadata with the O on the internet, they don't have any. They don't have like a schedule. There's a lot of compos to be held. There's obviously the C64 has a prominent standing in this environment and in this community, so it's represented well. It has a demo, a music, graphics, and something called pet ski competition. which I don't know much about.
Petsky is the character set for Commodore 64 and the earlier machines. It has this graphic mode where you kinda can get almost like emojis, but it was back in the day, so you can draw pictures that looks like teletext on TV, basically. But it's very cool, and there are a number of Petsky artists that really make this shine.
I've actually heard, I think one of the tracks we have down the line is something with Petsky. I don't really know if that's like also a music competition or music art. Not sure.
I think it's called Mega Petsky, just.
Yeah. Mega Petsky. And then Amiga is also represented here with the A500, 1200, and what's the last one?
That was the 1200.
And 060314. It might be it's a version. Sorry. And it has, so the compose there is Amos demo. Do you know what Amos is?
Amos was a basic that was created so that people could create games by themselves. It was a pretty simple development system for games using basic.
And then the regular demo, of course, music and graphics. And then there's Wild, which is streaming music and
whatever.
Whatever. So, but yeah, we haven't like there are people working, of course, on their systems of choice all around in the event area, and but we haven't seen anything like that's submitted. Presented on the main screen yet.
No, we have to wait a little bit, I guess.
But while we wait, why not listen to the next song? And I believe that's Artificial Sweetener by FunkyFish and Raina, and it's a fantastic tune. It can be listened to on repeat for ages without being tiresome. Mad respect. It was tracked back in 2006 on Milky Tracker and Fruity Loops. FT12, FT2.
Fast Tracker.
Fast Tracker 2. Yes. So here we go.
You probably think I give Atari users a hard time. And maybe I shouldn't. You know, they had to own an Atari, so they have suffered enough already.
Lukhash and Koch and Leaving All Behind. Before that it was Xyce and Lore, and before that it was Motherchip and Malmen, 1,000 Soundflowers.
And I think there also was a pretty cool sound clip. Atari users have suffered enough already.
Yeah, I know. I had that online before the news station, so to speak.
Talk a bit about the messages, the sound bits that you used to have on Ericade Radio.
Yeah.
I mean, like you had a lot of them, right?
Yeah, I think I had like 40 or something. But generally I felt that the station, when it needed to become a more high-powered, more speed and
focused.
More focused. Then I actually did that, removed the messages, and I actually noted that some people, probably Atari users, turn off when I said those things. It was kind of bad for the listenership.
Yeah, but like you had a lot of different messages, and I've heard many of them back when you played. It was like 2021 or something.
I think I removed them in 2022 or something.
Yeah. So I actually have them all on disc and gave them to you since you have lost them for some reason.
That's weird. I mean, I kind of got them back.
Yeah, so we have sprinkled in a couple of them as a homage back to how Ericade Radio was
back in the day.
Back in the day.
It's been on for 4 years now.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna sprinkle in more of them tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, so we have a packed program tomorrow as well. We're nowhere near ending today, of course, but just talking a bit about how it is for tomorrow. We will have actually Baron of Dubstep online. On the line with us in the program, where we'll continue to explore the man behind the shed.
The song, that is.
The song that he talked about during Edison 2023. He actually got a hold of the guy and has some more info from him. So that will be very interesting to hear. And then we have a game block where we'll discuss and talk a bit about old game music, of course. I mentioned to you earlier that Jazz Jackrabbit is actually celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. So, of course, we need to have Jazz Jackrabbit always on the live shows. And then we'll also touch a bit on actually... some hate it, some love it, some are cautious. AI, and we'll
discuss that. Yeah.
We'll discuss that, and may have a surprise or two down the line for that as well. And so we have more interviews planned, of course. But before that, we're gonna head off into a beautiful synth track that evokes summer with friends, nice weather, perhaps relaxing outdoors, playing some games, and overall enjoying life. And it's Allergia from My Voice and Reptile and Sky.
standard aircraft, or worse yet, some kind of hoax.
Viklund and Cosmos. And before that it was Ceatec and Impulse. And it's time to go back, isn't it?
Yes. As we said earlier in the broadcast, we were live on location last year on Edison from Eggbygård. It turned out to be the last show of a demo party of Edison that year. But we met a lot of great and talented people, and they had a lot of compos, and one of them was a live graphic duel.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of contestants. They even had I think it was 5 or 6 rounds, which was unheard of in Edison history. So in the finals, I'm not sure if it was Frost versus Kavan, but I think Kavan, did he win?
I don't remember, actually.
I actually don't remember. I have to go back and check. But we did an interview with him last year, and shout out to you, Kavan, if you listening live, or if you listen in record later. But he was a great guy and a really talented graphic artist. So here's the interview we did with him last summer.
All right, we got another interview coming up. Coreus, what's happening?
Yeah, we got really lucky and grabbed Kavan, one of the contestants yesterday for the live graphics duel. Welcome, man.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, you made it all the way actually to the final against Groo with a very impressive work of art in just like 15 minutes. Have you been doing? Let's start with the basics. Have you been doing art for a long time? Like when did you start getting interest in drawing?
An interest in drawing, I think, has been there since the beginning. Like, you know, when you were like 5 years old and working with crayons and. Like I have this vague memory of a friend drawing alongside me, and he was way better than me. I remember thinking so at the time, and I mean, like, and since then, like all the time, ever since then, I have been like amazed by how people manage to create the imagery in specific ways. Like even at that age, when I was like 5 years old, and I saw him, he was doing some kind of foliage for a jungle or something, and he did this kind of vines and stuff, and I was like, oh, it blew my mind because I would never have thought about doing that. And ever since then, I've just been picking up on those small kind of details, and I've been at the same time picking up interest in the craft.
And like I'm with you there. Just applying basic shapes in certain ways makes you able to perceive things in ways that it makes sense once you observe them, but it doesn't until you have seen somebody do them.
Exactly like that.
And I was talking to you earlier. You said that you got your first like a drawing board, like digital, because you've been using like pen and paper or pencil before, and that's when things really start taking off, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I think it was like 2008, 2009 when I got my first like digital tablet, like drawing tablet, without a screen. It was just look at the screen and not at the paper. That was kind of a learning curve, but like I was very intrigued by the possibilities of digital drawing because all the cool shortcuts and different techniques you could apply to great effect. And that's when I started to actually apply myself to, try to do better than I did before.
Yeah. Do you recall, like, what do you have, like, favorite things you like to draw?
I'm sure that other people will say that I like to draw maybe kind of darker stuff, which I guess is true, like dark, muted palettes and harsh lighting and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. That's always been my jam, but which I don't know. I am kind of fascinated by that choice myself because I don't like horror media. I don't like horror movies. I don't like stuff like that. So.
Are you scared easily, just as me?
Yes, very easily, and I do not like being scared, so I tend to not watch scary movies. That does not translate to my to the subjects that I draw, because I tend to draw a little bit more ghoulish and stuff.
Where do you draw inspiration from then, if you don't watch that kind of things?
I guess that is technically where I draw inspiration from. Mostly it's from like other artists, other imagery in general that I see that have those qualities that I draw inspiration from. Like I've always been, even before I drew the more like darker stuff, I've always been like my beginning, like more serious beginning was I was fascinated by like noir stuff like that, very harsh, black and white lighting. You have the
very harsh profiles and
exactly, like there are many shadows and
the silhouette.
Exactly, silhouettes and lighting and stuff like that. All that just
fascinates you.
Yeah, fascinated me, and I actually started out drawing very much of that kind of stuff with lots of harsh lighting and harsh shadows, and I think that might have worked to my benefit, because that is definitely an important part to learn when you want to, be good at drawing, I guess. But
and I can attest to that. You're very good at drawing. Make no joke. For all of you listening, if you haven't checked out Kavan yet or the stream yesterday, you should definitely do that. Yes, indeed. We're here at Edison 2023 from Äggeby Gård near Stockholm in Sweden. This year the theme is Under the Sea. And we're still here with Kavan, one of the contestants from yesterday's live graphic duel. And we were talking a bit about where your inspirations come from. And on that note, do you have like any favorite artists, people you either look up or reach out to for your creations?
I'm gonna be honest, like the most of the inspiration I draw like directly from other artists would be like watching people draw on YouTube, because now that I think about it, I think it has something to do, like it's probably mostly the same reason why I was so fascinated by seeing my friend draw when I was so young. Like watching people just draw live, that helps so much see what they accomplish. And a specific artist, Apteris is some dude on YouTube that I watch draw sometimes. I haven't looked much into him other than his channel on YouTube. Let's see. He also draws he draws lots of ghouls and zombies and stuff like that, and he just makes them look so good. He almost like a classic art like you would see in a museum, that kind of style to the artwork. And it blows my mind how he makes it look like that.
And I'm with you there. I do enjoy just watching people draw, because you get I don't draw professionally, of course, but I do enjoy to draw, and I like to learn techniques like how should the shadowing be here. And when I took a course in lighting and photography, and what the educator there or the tutor said was that you shouldn't look at an image, you should observe it. And there's a different thing there, and I think that applies also to things like when you're drawing, you actually observe how are they drawing the shadow and all the like minute details and stuff like that. So we like shadows especially just add so much. You don't have to add color, just some different shading, and you're half the way there. Some people will call it like a cop-out to start off. At least in digital, it's in digital you can basically create an entire painting in black and white, and then just add color on top, and it just blends with the shadows and light that you've already created in black and white. Overlay in Photoshop, exactly. My favorite layer.
The overlay, multiply, all those layer types. And some people would call it a cop-out, and I am kind of with them there, because you don't, that way it's harder to get good results with color, I think. And you may not learn as much about like color theory in general, I guess, and like color values and what works with other colors and in general, stuff like that. But so to make it clear, have you taken any like drawing classes or at school, things like that? Nothing more than the what's it called, the
hemkunskap.
Hemkunskap. The obligatory art class in Sweden. What's that called? Middle school? Middle school, I think. And I think there was some kind of class like that in high school as well. But more than that, no, I've been taking my inspirations like online.
It's quite impressive though that you had the drive to just draw without like having, like you said, you started with pencil and pen and paper and such. Did you watch anyone on TV draw, or was it just your own internal motivation?
Back then, when it was just pen and paper and like strictly physical media, that was definitely. Well, I don't remember that far back, but
like friends that draw.
Honestly, yeah, I had a friend. But that was way before that. I think it must. Yeah, no, that was mostly my internal drive.
Just the force was with you.
The force was with me, but to be fair, I didn't draw very much back then at all. Like I've traced a few images and tried to shade stuff in black and white on with pencil, and that didn't work out well. But yeah, so it didn't really. It actually didn't take off basically at all before I started with digital.
Yeah, and how much do you draw these days? Like every day?
Less than I would like. Not every day. Not even every month. Like I draw maybe. If I get lucky, like this year alone, I think I've drawn maybe 2 or 3 pictures, including the ones I've. Yeah, the ones I. Okay, 2 here. The one I submitted to the Birdie competition, graphics competition, and I think maybe a couple of sketches in between that didn't work out, and I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll just do this another time. So less now, more before.
I feel like if I don't draw every week in some way or form, I usually draw on whiteboards at work, just because I need to get the motoric in to not forget it. But if you haven't drawn in like a month or so, that's quite impressive for like what you pulled off yesterday at the finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
has to say gone.
You're listening to ericade.radio, and that was Serpent with Oceans. Before that, it was Blazer of Silence with Rapstan, Ale with Pac-Mag Free, and CBB Heretica Part 1. Yeah, what's happening?
Some people have gone and gotten some food, from what I have gathered. However, the closest thing for food is a pizzeria. However, it seems like the pizzeria has a PPP, a pizza production problem. So they apparently some people have taken a car and driven to source some food. I talked to Z-nexx, that's the main orga and only orga of Pågadata. He said that he was gonna check the pizza situation and come back to us. So that will be interesting because I think we're starting to become a bit peckish. So it would be nice to have that. Last year at Edison there was a food truck. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. We waited for it and eventually it came along, and then everybody was, buying beer and hamburgers.
Yeah, and I mean that food truck was great, but they lost their a card terminal in a bucket of water.
Yeah, they dropped it in the water.
Like what? What were you thinking?
How does that even work? Do you have a big bowl of water which you can drop stuff in? We all asked ourselves the same thing last year, and actually we're still asking the same thing. How was that even possible? But it was. But still, they sorted it out, and food truck was nice because we had an immediate source of food. But that's a bit different here. Looking around at the tables, it seems like people have brought their own food and drinks, and we also brought a bit of grub just to cover. To stave off the scurvy.
To stave off the scurvy, that's true. And we, I did actually talk to some of the attendees. A guy from Fairlight, his handle, I forgot about it, but he has, I think we mentioned it, he has a Mega 65. So he actually has a large collection of stuff, and he told me that he bought that thing, but haven't turned it on, so he doesn't know if it works, and he doesn't know if he has the equipment for it to work yet. So it'll be interesting to see if he makes that work, and if he does, then we'll talk a bit to him. Hopefully, he also has a large hardware collection of things. He's really interested in collecting old stuff, and collecting old stuff. That's what these people are doing. Yeah.
There isn't the only modern computers I've seen. It's our broadcasting computers.
Yeah, I think I have the most modern thing around here. So, but the Mac, which I was describing earlier, that was actually an iMac, an old iMac from the 18th century.
1832.
Exactly. We also I checked on the Twitch stream, and it seems like the Twitch stream for Pågadata is live. You can either find it by going to Pågadata, that's a P-O-G-A data.se. And there's a stream link there, or you could search for Z-nexx. That's a Z zebra _ November Echo X-ray on Twitch. And I actually have the stream up now, and it's showing. It seems like somebody's have their backs turned to the camera. I'm not sure. Somebody's looking into the camera there. Investigating something. Back to the work, his T-shirt says. So that's something. And we're also broadcasting on Twitch, which is the Ericade radio network in one word, I believe.
Yes.
So you can listen to it there, or just go to ericade.radio and you'll be sorted out. But yeah, we'll update everyone on the food situation as we go along, and actually soon we'll be back to talk a bit about my favorite video game, or one of my favorite video games. What it is, that will be well, for you, DJ Daemon, you already know, but don't tell the listeners.
Nope.
We're coming back soon. A couple of tunes first. First out, it's Stalked with Aaron Yader, and then it's Fawn of Creation by Peacemaker. So enjoy.
maker and the fawn of creation. And before that, it was Aaron Jader with Stalked.
That's right. We're here live from Pågadata 2024, and just before the start of the previous song, a lot of people poured in here at the set. There's a lot of I see Radiant, I think Fix, and a lot of other people. Fairlight is here, of course.
Triad.
Yes, Triad is here, and a lot of people. So it seems like things are picking up speed, and there is still the Freddy the Krueger demo rolling ad nauseam on the screen.
Yes.
But of course, that's from the Friday 13 movies and also the games. And speaking of games, Just Jackrabbit, huh?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, of course, if you've listened to any of our previous outings on live shows, you know that I talk and advocate for Just Jackrabbit a lot. And last year we had a segment of our favorite games. Of course, I talked about Just Jackrabbit. However, there are, of course, a lot of covers, and one of them is what we're going to hear next. But just to catch up, everybody who doesn't know Just Jackrabbit, it's a platforming game about a green Rambo rabbit.
You have to help me here. What was the name of the song?
So the name of the song is Jungle Dreams.
Yeah, okay, that's...
Yeah, so the game was released in '94, made by the Dutchman Arjan Brassi and Cliff Blasinski, which later founded Epic Games. And he was apparently inspired by the Soul game on Amiga and the ongoing success of video game classics such as Mega Man and Sonic. But the game didn't manage to reach the popularity of Sonic, but it acquired like a certain fan audience due to its fast-paced gameplay and notorious acid jazz-level soundtracks. And it was actually named Arcade Game of the Year in PC format in '95. And it has had 2 sequels, Just Jackrabbit 2 in '98, and a reboot on the GBA, that's Game Boy Advance in 2002. But yeah, the game is about a green Rambo rabbit that runs around, shoots everything. He's on the hunt for Devon Shell, who has kidnapped his girlfriend, Eva Erlong.
Always a damsel in distress situation.
Often that was the case. So he's like an intergalactic soldier of fortune, fighting against Devon Shell in various, traveling around and
he kind of looks like he's on steroids or something.
Yep, we saw last year that he has basically stolen all the medicine in the pharmacy.
Yep,
and that checks out. He also has like a sidekick. I'm not sure if it's his brother. His name is Spaz. He's red and looks like he has taken even more drugs. The Easter version of Just Jackrabbit 2, which was called The Secret Files, added another yellow rabbit, or female yellow rabbit that you could play. I forget her name. The gameplay is fast. The worlds are fun, and there's a lot of just hidden Easter eggs throughout with a rocking soundtrack. And the next one is called Jungle Dreams, which is a cover by Eric Samuel. Oh well, actually, it's not a cover. It's his own original piece, but. It says it was created with untitled music samples from his own Korg, Chrome, and Roland XV5050. So he made this as an inspiration from Skaven, Purple Motion, and the rest of the Future crew. It's called Jungle Dreams by Eric Samuel.
Yeah, this is the favorite of Coreus, Alexander Brandon, and it's from the Jazz Jackrabbit song, the intro menu.
Of course, I had to just get a Jazz Jackrabbit song in there. Of course, we couldn't have a segment when we talked about jazz first and then not have a Jazz Jackrabbit song. But now, across the desk, we have a tour de force in the demo music scene. From Panda Design and Kakmonsterklubben to Radiant, now recently Fairlight, he's involved in a lot of demos and tunes. It's Fegelhus, and man, it's an honor to have you with us. Hi, and welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Last year we covered Edison 2023 live in Stockholm, Äggby. And we talked a bit about Fegelhus because you made the music for the Edison in Vitro 2023. You and Jorhel composed or tracked the music there. So we talked about, we hope to see you at the show there, but now you weren't, but now the stars have finally aligned. So thank you.
No worries.
So first off, tell us a bit about who is Fegelhus? How long have you been in the scene?
Well, Fegelhus, typical Swede, I guess. Soon to be 40 years old and have been in the scene at least
20 years?
25. 25 or 26.
Right.
Maybe more. And I usually say that I'm not a typical scener because I'm more like Benjamin Button movie. I started backwards and reversed everything. So I ended up to the Commodore 64.
So you started modernized and then going back to basics?
And then via Fast Track 2, explored Amiga and then back to Commodore.
Oh wow!
64. Yeah.
Okay. So you've been
kind of reverse engineering there.
Reverse engineering the music scene. Yeah, that's interesting. You've composed, according to Demosu, just a source I used. You composed since 2003, seems like, and your first tune was apparently Julekaksbakning, which is baking Christmas pastries, basically. How did you get started into composing and tracking music?
I think it was my older brother who was into the scene, and he showed me from the beginning it was Sonar Cakewalk, and then afterwards Fast Tracker 2. And then I started with both of them. Kind of at the same time, but then ended up to only Fast Tracker 2. Found Pro Tracker with the limit with only four channels. Yeah. And then found C64 with only 3 channels and the limits of that machine.
So you enjoy the challenge of being limited?
Yeah. A big part of it. Yeah. And I always when I grew up we had Commodore 64 at home, and you have listened so many times at music on that machine. So when you started to do that, it was I'm finally home.
You're I'm the star now. I can control the system.
Yeah.
But you said you worked backwards. Did you start with PC first then, or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
So, I have tried my hand at composing, but not in the. It can't even start to compare. It's so far off from anything that's listenable or audible in the music sense. But what are your inspirations? How do you start when setting out to compose a song?
Well, nowadays, I have 2 children, so there's no such much time for it. But
tell me about it.
So now it's more, for example, when Trident in Fairlight request a song for a demo. Then
so he contacts you.
Yeah,
hey, Fegelhus,
kind of daily basis chatting to each other and so on. And it's like, okay, now we're gonna do a new demo and we want some music, and he always has some thoughts how he wants it. And then so you want it fast pace tempo. You want like.
Does he give you a BPM? I want this, and I want.
He always wants bass.
Oh.
So yeah,
okay.
But sometimes I have to like, okay, could we maybe have a calmer part or
getting back to earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
But often it's like, okay, tempo that people in the crowd will like
enjoy,
start and like enjoy and want to move to. So. But then, like, he has often a team. Like, for example, like the demo is about this, and then you find like you have an idea in your head. What's okay? It sounds like this, and then you start to compose.
Right. And he so like, is there change underway, or is it like a one-time shipping?
No, it's change. Often it's like you have some embryo or shell you send over, and it says, oh, this is nice, but can you maybe we should have it a little bit darker, a tad darker, or maybe we should like we need more tempo.
We need more arpeggiators.
Damn it. More arps. Always more arps.
More arps. Yeah.
But and then it was like sending it forward and back and forward all the time, and
so you just
practically we do it together.
Right. So are you like on voice call, or just send him the file and he listens to it and then comes back to you?
Both.
Okay.
I would say mostly via Discord chat.
Right.
And we send it over there and talk. But we also have like those video calls.
Right. Yeah.
We sit me and Trident and Disarch often sit together when we have like demo going on and talk like, oh, maybe we should do this. And
but basically like a music review, like you would do it in like a music production studio.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And it's like before we did a lot of demos when it's only for like music compo. It's a different thing, because then you just have an idea and you do it like
just go with it.
Yeah. And it's like, and you keep listening about like 200 times and find small things to change
to adjust
until deadline.
Right. But like when he comes to you and say we need this demo, is there a deadline in mind, or is there just like we're making a demo just to put out there, or is it for a specific cause always?
It's both. We like to see like, okay, are we going to a party? Okay, it's for example now it's Pågadata. Okay, maybe we should do a demo for that, and then you have the deadline to finish.
Okay, I see. We'll head off to a bit of music, and then we'll come back to Fägelhus and DJ Daemon. The next song, what's on the plan?
It's Xyce and Rymdkraft, and it's called Dolph's Aerobics.
Great
the
tune.
Remix. You're listening to ericade.radio.
That's right, and with us across the desk we have Fegelhus of Fairlight. We're live here from Pågadata 2024 in Örtofta in Sweden. And before the break or before the song, we talked a bit about your inspirations and how you start when you compose a song. But do you have a favorite kind of demo to compose or track music for? Like, is there a specific like a tech showcase you like to, or is it?
I really like when the demo has some kind of a plot in it.
Yeah, like a story.
Yeah, like a story, and you can follow that story. So it's I think you really need it to be a tech demo, but also like nice graphics and the most important is like the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, then it makes a great demo, I think.
Yeah, we talked before the song also about like how you work when you compose and create tunes, and you said Trident contacts you. I need this song. It needs to have this theme. But does it happen that they send you like the demo without music, so you can just watch and get a feeling of what's going on in the kitchen?
Yeah, it have happened as well. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, for example, now it's like I work a lot with the Trident. So sometimes he has coded quite a lot things before he contacts me. He says, okay, look at this.
Yeah.
And then we start from there. So you have like a
building block.
a solid building to work on. Yeah, foundation to work on. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So of course, I would like to delve a bit deeper into like just the software you use, because like to me a lot of the tracker scene and the making music for the demo scene is a bit like not directly shrouded in mystery, but like of course there's a lot of software you can use, and you said like you like the limitations of going back a bit. And do you have like a preferred tracking software of choice, or are you using modernized tools?
Well, it's kind of modern because it's on PC, but it's for C64.
Okay.
So it's called Go Tracker.
Go Tracker, yeah.
Yeah. So it's PC program that makes music for the C64.
Right. So you get like a tune that could play on a C64, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it works that way. Is there any automation involved at all? Like, do you have, let's say, just a basic beat or a fancy arpeggio segment that you would like to reuse? Do you have workflows like that?
Like in Go Tracker, you use tables. You put numbers in, and different numbers means different sound waves. And when you have done an instrument, you can save it and reuse it.
Right.
So after a while, you have like a big pile of different instruments you can use. But often you take instrument you have used before and then you tweak it, because it's always fun to tweak the numbers so it sounds
a bit different. But like the few times I've used like hardcore, I would just call it hardcore tracking software, it looks like you're inputting, you are using a keyboard to input by hand.
Yeah.
Right. And just going and doing that for every song sounds extremely menial. Like it sounds like a very choresome piece of work.
Yeah, it takes a lot of more time than the modern programs. Yes.
how long would you say you use for that? Like, if you have an idea and you're just gonna execute on it, how long do you take to basically get it done?
Yeah, it's like often I procrastinate a lot of time, so I always end up very close to the deadline when I start. But then I usually work many hours in a row instead.
Right.
So it's hard to say how much time it takes to make a song, but
like a week on and off. It could be a month.
It could be less than that. So
okay.
So I'm very lazy in the beginning, I guess. And then it's like, okay,
now we need
for
to
example,
get it done.
now if Pågadata, it's like, okay, I have been on vacation with the family, and I didn't bring the computer because, like, okay, it's vacation.
Yeah.
And now it was only 3 days left, and then we're watching the Olympics the first day.
Yeah.
Instead of tracking, so we're only 2 days of tracking. Yeah.
But once you get going, it's
then I'm unstoppable.
Unstoppable, yeah. So we touched on the how you work in creating a piece of, I'm just going to call it a piece of music because that's what it is, and you're working with the group either through voice call or something to just understand what kind of feeling the project leader, for instance, would have the demo. But you also said if there are changes during development, I'm just going to call it development, but you are sent, they take it then and there, or just send it to you as a text message and then there's like, just fix this?
It depends, but mostly it's just on text. Like, okay, I need this part to be longer, or we need like a part where it's slower, the pace is slower because the effect we're doing, it's better feeling when it's like a lower pace on the song, and so on. So then like you have the text, and okay, then I fix it. So
right.
Maybe like a question like for how long the duration, should it be like 3 more seconds or 60 seconds?
But because like a lot of I'm just gonna take a couple of examples, like the what was this, the 1337 demo from May this year, and then of course was it Looking for Atlantis, which won last year at Edison. It's just amazing to Looking for Atlantis, just amazing to see how well the beat matches up to what's happening on the demo. Is that programmatically at all, or is it all in the song?
No, it's programmatically.
Right.
Yeah. We have there's some you can set both you know the tempo of the song.
Yeah.
It's some ticks you can count and how many time it takes to do those ticks.
Right.
And then you can sync the effects, but then you also have some invisible markers in the song. It's like some commands you put, like for example, if you want the screen to flash when the snares hitting, then you can just put those commands on the snare, and then in the code you can click looking for this command.
That piece of that's interesting. I didn't know that. Just last couple of questions. Like, do you have a music background, or do you have like any? It's just
not at all.
It's just like an interest you have developed over the years.
Yes.
So never played the violin or the guitar.
When I was a kid, I always wanted to learn piano, especially like synthesizers. But no. So it's. I started on the computer, and I'm still on the computer.
Still on the computer. I mean, it's a very good choice. So make no mistake. Last, before you go, we usually ask all of our interviews on a tune they would like to hear, and you had one. Which was it?
Deadlock by Elwood.
Yeah, that's a cool one. Thanks so much for taking your time talking with us, and best of luck and enjoy. Oh, by the way, are you joining with any songs this Pågadata?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
What demo or entry?
It's in C64 Music Compo and in C64 demo as well.
Cool. What's the name?
On the Music Compo it's West Sid Story.
West Sid Story. Yeah. Okay. We'll look out for that. Yeah. Thank you so much for talking to us and taking your time, and enjoy Pågadata.
Having me here.
Yeah. No problem.
And here is the song that you requested or you wanted to hear. Elwood and Deadlock. Signify One Must Fall 2097, the main theme remix.
Simply freaking epic. This was from the game One Must Fall 2097, which was released on DOS in 94. Kenny Chow did the original soundtrack. And that soundtrack was, of course, stellar, but this remix punches above its weight class in a tune that rocks in all sense of the word. What a tune. And also that game is pretty fun. It's a beat-em-up game where you control robots. You choose a robot and you choose your pilot. And then you can mix and match, basically, and you fight in a tournament for money and eternal glory and all that kind of good stuff.
Great.
And speaking of good stuff, we're heading off a bit for some food. So we'll be a bit off the mic while we get something to eat. So we expect to be back like in an hour or so.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, we'll go back to
the normal station.
Yeah. And then we'll come back. And what's the next song after we come back? What is that?
That would be Rhino with Rhino.
Yeah. So once you hear us and Rhino, you know we're back. So, but stay tuned. We're here live on location for Pågadata 2024 from Örtofta in Sweden, close to Malmö. And a lot of people are just enjoying the show. There's a lot of random demos. It looks like somebody's just browsing their file system for what kind of demo do I want to watch now. Yeah, so a lot of things going on. I see somebody playing something that looks like Pitfall on the Commodore 64, and yeah. What else do you see, DJ Daemon?
A lot of backs, because people are standing out here, and yeah, they're all turned with their back to us. So there's a lot of people. People are talking, people are eating. There are people in front of the computers.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of hot when it comes to the temperature here.
Yeah, and now Pågadata with a huge pig that's sleeping in the mud is playing on the main screen. And I think with that we'll take a break, get something to eat, and come back later.
Bye-bye.
This is the Ericade Radio Network. We're now going live from a remote location.
Good news, everyone. We are back now to broadcast a little bit longer. And we are back. That was Robot 666 and Megapetsky Tune 4.
That's true. We have gotten some food to eat. How was the food, DJ Daemon?
It was good. A pizza, of course, because it's kind of what you get in places like this. But it was a capricciosa and it tasted fine. How about your?
It was good. It was a bit like what do you call rustique, the entire establishment. But they were friendly, and they didn't have a lot of people in the venue at the time when we were there. But we're back at Pågadata 2024 in Örtofta. And here it is lively. What do we see, Daemon?
Yeah, we can see a lot of people are sitting down. It seems like people are generally getting their development platforms ready, and I can see they're trying to make demos, they're trying to compose music. I can see some interesting graphical shapes taking form, and basically now they're working.
Yes, now they're working indeed, and it seems like this demo party has a prominent or a big weight on Commodore 64. These people love their Commodores.
Yeah,
and you can see why. The demos are pretty impressive, and speaking of impressive, there are some heavy hitters here as well. I talked to someone who suggested a couple of people that we should talk to. One was Laamaa, which created basically the first Amiga tracker. He's here, and then I think it's Pex Mahoney or some. He was actually the one that created the first Amiga tracker, and the Laamaa, he's the one who hosted the first demo party in Sweden or in Europe even. So he's actually straight in front of us here.
Yeah,
white T-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we hope to talk to those guys, and I talked to good news. I talked to Radiant, and he said that he's up for an interview tomorrow. If you don't know Radiant, he was the one who founded the original Edison demo party. And then I talked earlier also to Fix from Fairlight, who brought his Mega 65 and has some hardware with him. So it might be interesting to check up on him on whether or not he got the hardware to work, because that was one of the things he mentioned he wanted to work on.
Yeah, this is a good workshop environment because there's a lot of competency, so you can ask other people to help you if you get into problem.
I saw two people doing a shake test on a floppy drive.
Okay.
And that.
So did they shake it around or the more?
Yeah, no. They ran some kind of software to check that the sectors read correctly and stuff.
Head alignment.
And apparently one guy was selling it to another, and then basically a EU control, like you do on cars. This was basically a control to make sure that the hardware was working as it should. And yeah, it's definitely something you see every day, and it's just wild. And that's like the YouTube channel This Is Geeky, who covered Edison last year. He worded it pretty good. He said that the demo scene is a subculture of the old 80s kind of demo groups.
The scene.
Yeah, the scene. And these people have like a strong interest for weirdly colored beverages and computer hardware that some of them belong in a museum.
Yeah, almost like Indiana Jones would say, right?
Yeah. So the amount of hardware on display here is nothing short of impressive, and there is a stream. If I can get it up on my screen here, I'm not sure if it's running still. Yeah, it does, but it's aimed at the wall for now. So if you head over to twitch.tv/Z, that's zebra, has a Z _nexx, November Echo XX. That's the main Orga's stream of Pågadata. He has the webcam basically pointed at at the screen that's the far end of the venue here that shows various types of demos and stuff. And you can see some people walking by and wondering where they should go next. There's also a skull and a pirate theme, if you remember.
Yeah, Edison 2021.
Dead men tell data tales or something.
Dead men, no, it is something like that. Dead men tell, data men tell more.
Data men tell no tales, exactly.
More tales.
Yeah. So if you look at the stream right now, he's browsing his drive for a demo or something that he wants to run.
Yeah, that's an Ultimate 2 Plus controller.
Ultimate 2 Plus? What's that?
That's a fake disk drive so you can load. Oh, this is nice.
Oh yeah, I remember. I've seen this. This is a cat orchestra with a saxophone.
But that's Petsy Graphic.
Is that Petsy Graphic?
Yes.
All right. Because it seems like it doesn't exactly align up with what you would expect the scan lines or something to be. It's a bit weird, but it's also impressive to look at. Is it a happy birthday song or something going on?
Wish you a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, is it? Well, we're not there yet, but I mean, here in Sweden, anything goes.
I guess so.
So yeah, it's wild, and that's what we're here for. And actually, that fits in with the next song, playing some Christmas music, because the next song is Holidays '93, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
That's correct. Snoopy.
It's a tune from a competition at the Polish Autumn '93 in Poznan. It's very cool, and Merry Christmas, man.
Yeah, in advance.
In advance.
every good thing has to come to an end, and it's time to say goodbye for today. This is DJ Daemon and Coreus.
Yes, but before we go, what was the last two songs, though?
It would be Eivind Sommersten, Stable Raster, and Alistair Brimble, The Amiga Never Dies, because of course it won't.
No, and of course we'll be back tomorrow. We'll start off a bit earlier. We'll broadcast and announce that in our Discords, and we have some interesting segments and exciting segments lined up for tomorrow. We'll have the Baron of Dubstep, which joined us last year. He'll be on call, where we'll talk a bit about the man behind the shed, Mannen bak skuret. And get some insight into that. We'll also have a game block where we talk about game music, and hopefully we can get some interesting interviews with important and notable figures in the scene. And as I said earlier, Radiant has shown an interest in talking to us about Edison, so that will be very, very cool. But right now there's a very impressive Commodore 64 demo on the main screen. You can see it for yourself on Twitch. Z_nexx with 2 X's. That's Zebra_November Echo X-ray X-ray. That is streaming on Twitch live from Pågadata 2024, where we are now. How do you think this day went so far?
It's been great. I mean, generally, demo parties have all the kind of technical problems, but this has gone off without a hitch, because they don't have very high levels of technology like streaming and stuff. There is a stream, but it's basically just one camera. Yeah. This is more like an old gaming LAN, but people aren't playing games. It's very primitive and very good in that regard.
Yeah, it's as Z-nexx said earlier, it's back to basics. Mm-hmm. He wants to invoke the feeling of joining a data party back when you were in high school. And yeah, of course, none of these people are in high school anymore. But the feeling is there, and yeah, the beverages are flowing, demos are rolling, and people are having a good time. And yeah, hopefully we'll bring some more joy for all of our listeners, both in our Discord and listening live on YouTube, Twitch, and the radio stream on ericade.radio. Anything else you want to say before we go today?
No, I think we're done here. We can do much more tomorrow.
Yeah, we look forward to that, and hopefully you'll tune in. So approximately 1 to 2 o'clock Central European time, I believe we will be on. But don't quote me on that.